KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed him a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. KAILASA is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity. Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यादि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanusyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine, and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaga Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka, planet Earth, can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible, permanent enlightenment, irreversible, permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogishwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showed that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the rates and progression of many physical diseases, mental instabilities, and ultimately the superconscious breakthrough has now been made available and achievable for today's humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the visible and the invisible. He is also a bridge between the age-old world of mysticism and the modern world of science and discovery. As brain research continues on a widespread basis, and as we appropriately bring the phenomena of mysticism into the realm of science for further study, we are taking strides on the path of physical and mental health as well as superconsciousness.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. It can make you tireless forever. It can just kill the boredom once and for all in your life. It can just make you manifest third eye power right now. You may experience intense levitation right now. You may experience absolute flexibility of the body and complete detoxification, a complete healing right now. There can be multiple possibilities. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanam everyone. We welcome all of you to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakthi. Before we enter into the segment, KAILASA National Security Agency would like to have some mandatory security measures. Please be aware of all the security measures. Also, please be aware of all the important cautions. With this, we welcome all the KAILASvasis attending from the KAILASA monasteries, gurukuls, temples, adinams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, NTV, KAILASA TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those blessed to have Nyanadiksha to a video conferencing who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhavasamadhi Darshan. We'll start with a brief introduction of Devi Parashakthi. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, and it is her cosmic Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of Big Bang and the black holes. Parashakti, the divine consort of Paramashiva, with the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with the mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that our ability to connect with the mother should be redirected to cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken our higher consciousness. It should inspire our higher consciousness to express to us. Connecting with the life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form ever to connect. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakthi herself, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Sama, which is oneness, and Adi means the source. Samadhi means being one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means connecting with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In Vedic tradition, it is used to describe a moment we behold a deity, an incarnation, or an enlightened being. Just seeing such a being can cleanse the karma of the lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in us. Darshan is the most powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan, just as the sun continuously radiates the light. The auspicious moment when we are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for us, raising us to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on our being. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, it is based on two fundamental principles. One, that divine cosmic beings are real, and second, that they manifest from KAILASA, which is enlightened time-space zone, and they manifest through the deities, that is Archa Avatara in the temple, and through the Nijavatara, that is incarnations. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness. Like Devi Parashakthi expresses through the being of Rajrajeswari and manifests as the Meenakshi. As the Nijavatara, the physical form, Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but we human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level energy directly from the Archavatara. To bridge this gap, an avatar comes down and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi awakens our Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During darshan, our whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of the conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our life. During Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of an incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. Now we'll look into the brief introduction of the Akashic readings. These are the readings from the cosmic archives, and these are not the predictions. Beyond time, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and the future. Because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, no present, no future. That is why what we call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. So now we'll go through the brief introduction of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. As per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened beings, enlightened masters and adepts. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga and temple-based lifestyle, universities a lifestyle for humanity. Before the year of 1981, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and the masters of Hinduism. In the year 1981, he was initiated into the Bala Sannyas and the Chaturmasya at the age of 3. And in the year 88, he was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tondai Mandaladinam, the oldest monastic university. In the year 94, he was appointed as the successor of Arunachala Saravanya Peetham by Guru Parampara, and in the year 99, he founded the Mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. In the same year, he was also coronated as the successor of Kashi Saravanya Peetham. These are the Guru Parampara pictures of Arunachala Saravanya Peetham. These are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from Kashi Saravanya Peetham. In the year 2002, he founded Adi KAILASA Saravanya Peetham. In the year 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Siripura Saravanya Peetham. In the same year, he was also become the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage. These are the pictures from the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the successor of Bhagyanagara Siripura. These are the kings, previous kings of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, along with the present king, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the year 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Saravanya Peetham. In the same year, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akara. In the coming year 2002, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Peetha Saravanya Peetham, which is the oldest Hindu papal estate and the monastic kingdom. These are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from Adi Pallava Saravanya Peetham. And these are the pictures from the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasanatta Shyamala Peetha Saravanya Peetham. In the year 2013, he was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akara, which is the largest apex monastic order. And at that time, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the youngest Mahamandaleswar. In the year 13, he was declared as Acharya Mahamandaleswar of Atal Akara, which is the oldest monastic order in Hinduism by the Acharya Mahamandaleswar Sukhdevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year 14, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjavur Adinam. These are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the coronation ceremony at the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akara. These are the pictures from the Tanjavur Adinam. In the year 14, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam, Vedaranyamadinam, and the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchanadikulam. These are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from Tiruvarur Adinam, Vedaranyamadinam. In the year 15, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam. In the same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipeeth Kuladamat, and he was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders. These are the Guru Parampara pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam. These are the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the coronation ceremony at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipeeth Kuladamat. And these are the pictures from the coronation ceremony at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now we look into the various global initiatives. 28 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolutions, peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and the bodies. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored more than 300 books, 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, that has been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. He has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million pound scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on the social media. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as a commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jnana Sutras. He is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. He is also acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influencing living personality by the Watkins Mind, Body, and Spirit magazine. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of largest Hindu university in the world with the satellite campuses in 150 countries. He is also establisher of 1,000+ Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem and founder and reviver of 100 Sarvanyapithams. So these are the brief introduction of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his various responsibility that he took to revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma all around the world. So with this, we'll be moving to the next segment, that is going to be Science of Power Manifestation. We'll be getting back to that segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
त्रुट्यानि प्रत्ययस्यार्थ कालो माया समुद्भवः. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there, you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fueled, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaga Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment you are...
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhav Samadhi Darshan. So now we'll be looking into the science of power manifestation, and in this segment, the Balasans, the Nithyananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be manifesting powers, will be demonstrating the power of third eye, and sharing the experiences and result of external manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the third eye. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiations into the third eye awakening and the various other powers with the blessings and the grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be manifesting the power of third eye, that is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. Third eye, which is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you do with the two eyes. So what are the Shaktis? In the Vedagama, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest. More than 463 powers, manifesting powers, are described as a system, method, and the science for human beings to explore the various possibilities, powers, and have access to the various states of consciousness. The Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine, and you need to manifest a divine, not that you are man and you need to reach divine. So now I'll be looking into some of the fundamental differences between the Shaktis and the Siddhis. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and the high integrity with the good. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human being in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment itself. Paramashiva, who is the source of all the Shaktis, the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, form, and causality. At the fundamental base of Abhyakta, the unmanifest, Anvyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, and Anugraha. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, at the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, and the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and the powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the very first time in the modern day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting the Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, initiations by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as the incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught the sciences to revive the initiations and the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the discipline of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and the Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? So every ultimate truth, when mapped into our consciousness, it manifests as the possibility and power of every being. So now we will look into the four different aspects of evidences or the pramana that is used to authenticate the science of power manifestation. The first one being the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of Apta or authorities of Hinduism. The Vedic rishis and the scientists who time tested and verified these sciences. Atma Pramana are the account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar personal experience of the power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana are the empirical evidences from the observations and the scientific experimentations. So Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scripture where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra or the source scripture is called Shastra Pramana. So now we will be looking into Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, and Atma Pramana for the power of body scan. So in this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan the illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. The Shastra Pramana is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from subtle to subtlest constitute the principle of your whole body or Swadeha. They are being absorbed in their source cause. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate, universal divine power, Para Devi, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The Apta Pramana, and this is the reference of power of body scanning from the life of a great Siddha. Tirayar, who was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya, one day a man suffering from the severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He revealed that there is a small Tiraya sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructed Tiraya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the Tiraya. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus he gained the name Tirayar. The Atma Pramana, and this is from the life of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On 22nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used a diagnostic method instead of medical facilities to study the body conditions due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problem imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as the second opinion to verify my finding. Now these are the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and result of the extraordinary manifestation of the power happening through the initiated disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So with this, we come to end of this segment of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now we'll be moving to the next segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's now begin the next segment, which is the divine feminine consciousness, which is unique to Hinduism. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is the sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if the sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived, because that is the seed. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradaya subsects, and if all sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship, remains, the whole thing can be brought back, because the whole thing is centered on this one, which is the Mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. That sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I'm basically a Shakta, and I myself followed Devi worship from the beginning. If you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had are mother based, Devi based. These are some of the direct words from Supreme Founder of Hinduism. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, says Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully describes our house. Even though, even though husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to follow the feet of the mother, or these small sons of the mother. Only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother or the people who are closer to mother to reach. There's a beautiful verse from the Upanishad which tells, She, Devi replied, I am essentially Brahman. From me has proceeded the world comprising Prakriti and Purusha, the void and planet, from all forms of bliss and non-bliss. Knowledge and ignorance of myself, Brahman and non-Brahman, are to be known, says the scriptures of Atharvanas. Verse 3 from the Devi Upanishad, which quotes that I am the five elements, as also what is different from them. Devi says that I am the entire world, I am the Veda, as well as what is different from it. I am the unborn, I am the born, below and above and around. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother, it is her cosmic womb, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes. She is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, source power from which all of us came, and in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting to the embodied form as the Nijavatar of Supreme Pandu of Hindus, Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓம் எனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான் கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள். இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை, நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோஹம் 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 இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
From the words of Devi Parashakthi herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Rimkara, filled as Parashurasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swami was in Kailasa Sri Prajandamani. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatar with great compassion and blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatar. How to receive the Parashakti? Literally, you are seeing Paramashivan Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, 1 coin in front of the screen. And watch Devi. Coin is considered as traditional action. In Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can be in 1 paise. In US, it can be a cent. And I am not trying to monetize. Keep it in 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, in 1 paise is okay. Offer that to Devi, and after darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you'll see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition, and it will break your unconscious behavior. So let's look at the revelations by Devi Parashakti.
ஜொலிக்க வேண்டும் வரம் கொடுக்க நெருப்பு கொதி
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயௌவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி, பரமசக்தி, பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும், என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Yes. Before entering into the next segment, let's have a short break and continue. Welcome back, everyone. So let's look at the translation of what Devi has said during the corona pandemic time. World cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss and cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa, and Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos. And to save the people from Pralaya through the tricks of traitors, rule of the enemies. Without any other way out, time came for Sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even children, do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakthi, Paramashivoham, Parashakthi, unknown money. My responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I'm telling some of the truths, listen properly. So in the next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. So let's look at the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakthi. Authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported about 5 crore confirmed cases and 6 lakh deaths since China reported its first cases to the World Health Organization. Taiwan saw over 60,000 daily COVID-19 cases for the fourth straight day on Sunday as it reported 68,000 new cases and 19 deaths from the disease, according to the Central Epidemic Command Center. The new cases consisted of 68,000 domestically transmitted infection and 37 cases that were contracted abroad. The WHO report has estimated that there were 47 lakh COVID-19 deaths in India from January 2020 till December 2021, which is nearly 10 times the official figures. The Omicron variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus is intrinsically as severe as previous variants. According to the preprint version of the large US study that counters assumption in other studies that it was more transmissible but less severe. The findings, which estimated Omicron severity after accounting for the impact of vaccines, should reinforce the importance of inoculations and booster shot. Experts said vaccines helped keep hospitalization and deaths relatively low during the Omicron surge compared with previous variants. A new study says that 1 in 10 Australian healthcare workers has had thoughts of suicide or self-harm during the pandemic. Healthcare workers in Somalia suffer from high rates of anxiety, depression, and stress because of their work with COVID-19 cases. Initial findings recorded a high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce at 69.3% for 6.5% for depression and 15.2% for stress. According to the youth researchers, if digital platforms are the only medium for making contacts for a period of 2 years, this can lead to restriction in personal development over such a long period of time. I can't smell the other person. I can't touch them. I can't notice their aura or how they move. This impoverishment of impulses then, in the case of real contact and physical presence, means that the young people do not even know how to behave, how to compose themselves, and how to look others in the eye. So let us look at the solutions given by Devi Parashakthi for the corona pandemic and how to protect ourselves from corona pandemic.
Parashakthi Meenakshi.
பரமேஸ்வரி மீனாட்சி, பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட, நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்.
So let's look at the translation of what Devi has revealed, the solution which Devi has revealed for the corona pandemic. First is by praying and meditating on Devi. Second, surrendering to Devi through social media. Third, wherever Devi is residing, worshipping Devi by doing fire walking. Fourth, by applying turmeric in chest, drinking neem juice and meditating on Devi every day. Fifth, being in uncleared state, filled with eternal bliss. Sixth, doing ajaba ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva Shiva Shiva. 7. With complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in heels and going to sleep. 8. Being in the state beyond any remembrance of forgetting in the Arunachal Spurana that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Spurana. So these are the 8 ways in which we can protect ourselves from Corona. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment of the Parashakthi Akashic reading. Before moving on to the next segment, let's have a short break and continue. Welcome back, everyone. Let's now enter into the next segment, which is the glimpses of the glorious past on 26 July. On 26 July 2004, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated a group of delegates into being spiritual healers in Malaysia through a Living Enlightenment Initiation Convention. Below are some pictures from the convention. On 26 July 2007, soon after the Himalaya Yatra, from 10th to 24th July 2007, Swamiji attended the cremation ceremonies of Sri Sri Shivapuri Maha Swamiji at Bangalore and then came back to Adinam at Bidadi. Following are some pictures taken of Swamiji being welcomed and going on rounds to different departments in the Adinam, meeting with Adinavasis, Life Blessed Technology, LBT student, Gurukul Kids, Ekats University, etc. On 26 July 2008, Swamiji shared Valkail Kurikolai Adayum Vali. This satsang was delivered on 2008, 26 July.
Prepare yourself by unclutching. Little time, just don't waste the early morning, such a wonderful morning. Fresh energy. Close your eyes, sit straight. Intelligent person, as a raised conscious person, will never live in poverty. Understand, poverty is something which you choose. So raise your consciousness in the world, in the inner world. Raise your consciousness. You will see suddenly, in all directions, your potentiality is expressing. In all directions, your ultimate is happening. In all directions, you are expressing your reality, your truth, that what you can, the realization will start happening. How can one appreciate the beauty of nature without having a thought? Kavya, when you become nature only, you can really appreciate. Any thought is not appreciation, abusive. The moment, you see, when you are seeing the sunrise, and you are just feeling it, that is totally different. That is appreciation. But the moment you get the thought, oh, beautiful sunrise, it is golden, it's wonderful, you abused it. Any thought will reduce the nature to a thought. It's a disrespect. Directly, if you are feeling it, without framing it with a word, with a thought, it will be an intense experience. Understand? All great experiences with the nature would have been when you are thoughtless, not when you are with thoughts, when you are appreciating, when you are framing. Framing reduces. Any thought never will bring appreciation towards nature. It's only abusing the nature. So just be unclutched, be with the nature. You will see every moment you will be appreciating it. You will be feeling it. இந்த ஒரு விஷயத்தை மட்டும் மறக்காமல் செய்யுங்க. வீட்டில் போய் ஒரு நாளைக்கு ஒரு அரை மணி நேரமாவது உட்காந்து அன்கிளச் பண்ணுங்கள். அப்படி அன்கிளச் பண்ணாமல் விட்டுட்டிங்கன்னா நித்திய தியானம் பண்ணிவிடுங்க. அரை மணி நேரம் அன்கிளச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா நித்திய தியானம் பண்ண வேண்டியதில்லை. இல்லைன்னா நித்திய தியானம் பண்ணுங்கள். ஒரு அரை மணி நேரமாவது சாமியோட புக்ஸ் ஏதாவது படிங்க. இவ்வளோ புக்ஸ் எழுதியிருக்க பாருங்க. ஏன்னா அப்போ தான் திரும்ப திரும்ப அந்த ஆன்மீக பாதையிலேயே இருப்பீங்க. இல்லைன்னா மறந்து போயிடுவோம். அந்த ஆன்மீக பாதையிலேயே சென்ட்ரலைஸ்டாக இருக்கிறது. ஏதாவது ஒரு புத்தகம் அரை மணி நேரமாவது படிங்க. ஒரு முறை நித்திய தியானம், அது அரை மணி நேரம். மொத்தம் ஒரே ஒரு மணி நேரம் தான் நீங்கள் செலவு பண்ண வேண்டியது. மீதி ஹோல் டே என்ன பண்ணுங்க, என்ன பண்ணாலும் அன்கிளச்சாக இருங்க, முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. என்ன பண்ணாலும் அன்கிளச் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருங்க. அது ஒரு பெரிய பலம் மாதிரி இருக்கும். என்ன பண்ணாலும் அன்கிளச் பண்ணுறதுங்கிறது பலம் மாதிரி இருக்கும். என்ன செஞ்சாலும் அதை ஆழமாக செய்வீங்க, என்ன செஞ்சாலும் அதை ஸ்திரமாக செய்வீங்க, பவர்ஃபுல்லாக செய்வீங்க. எதையும் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுவீங்க, பவர்ஃபுல்லாக செய்வீங்க. எதோடையும் நிற்க முடியும். எங்கே வளையணுமோ வளைஞ்சிப்பீங்க, எங்கே நிற்கணுமோ நின்றுப்பீங்க. ஆத்தால் அருகம்புல்லை மட்டும் கடலுக்கு கொண்டு போய் கொடுக்கவே முடியலையாம். கடல் கேட்டாலும், கடல் ராஜா, ஆறு மனைவி. அப்படி தான் நம்ம இந்தியன் மித்தாலஜியில் சொல்லுவோம். எல்லா ஆற்றுக்கும் பெண் பெயர் தான் இருக்கும். கடலுக்கு வரணும் ராஜன் இருக்கும். கடல் கேட்டானா, உலகத்தில் இருக்க எல்லா பொருளையும் எனக்கு கிஃப்டாக இருந்து கொடுக்குறியே, அருகம்புல் மட்டும் கொடுக்க முடியலையே அப்படின்னு. ஆறு சொல்லிச்சான், நான் என்ன பண்ணுறது, நான் போன உடனே வணங்கி நமஸ்காரம் பண்ணிடுது, அதனால் என்னால் படிக்க முடியலை அப்படின்னு. வணங்கி கும்பிட்டுறதுனால என்னால் அதை பிடிங்கி எடுத்துகிட்டு வர முடியலை அப்படின்னு. அது மாதிரி வாழ்க்கையில் எங்கே வணங்கணுமோ அங்கே வணங்கணும், எங்கே நிற்கணுமோ அங்கே நிற்கணும். ரொம்ப இந்த அன்கிளச்சிங்கில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கரெக்டாக எங்கே வணங்கணுமோ அங்கே வணங்கிடுவீங்க. அதை ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி பிளானிங்கிற அந்த இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் அவேக்கன் ஆகிடும். லைஃப்பை பற்றி ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி பிளான் பண்ணுற இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ், உங்கள் பர்பஸ் என்ன, அவேக்கனிங் டு த பர்பஸ் ஆஃப் த லைஃப்னு நம்ம சான்ஸ்கிரிட்டில் சொன்னோம்னா பிரத்யேகாத்ம சைதன்ய ஜாக்கிரதம்னு சொல்லுவோம். வாழ்க்கையின் குறிக்கோளுக்கு உயிர்ப்பித்து கொள்ளுதல், வாழ்க்கையின் குறிக்கோளை நோக்கி விழிப்படைந்து விடுதல். உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையோட பர்பஸ் என்னென்னு விழிச்சுக்கிட்டிங்கனாலே உங்களுடைய எண்ண ஓட்டத்தில் 90% ரெடியூஸ் ஆகிடும். 90% உங்களுடைய எண்ண ஓட்டமே என்னவாக இருக்குன்னா வாழ்க்கையினுடைய குறிக்கோளை நோக்கி விழிப்படையாதனால்தான். வாழ்க்கையோட குறிக்கோளை நோக்கி விழிப்படைஞ்சிட்டிங்கன்னா உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையோட பர்பஸ் என்னன்னு புரிஞ்சுதுன்னா முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. நான் அன்கிளச் பண்ணுறதை புரிய வச்சிடும். லைஃபோட பர்பஸ் என்ன, ஏன் இவ்வளோ பெரிய பூமியில் நாம் இருக்கிறோம், என்ன பண்ணுறோம், உண்மையிலே என்ன பர்பஸ், அதுக்கு விழிப்படைஞ்சிருவீங்க. அப்போ என்ன ஆகும், ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி பிளானிங், வாழ்க்கையோட ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி பிளானிங்கிறது ரொம்ப தெளிவாகிடும். எங்கே வணங்கணும்னு தெரியும், எங்கே வணங்க வேண்டியதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சு போயிடும், கன்ஃபியூஷன் இருக்காது. இது எல்லாமே அன்கிளச்சிங்கோட சைடு எஃபெக்ட்ஸுங்க. கிளாரிட்டியும் மெச்சூரிட்டியும் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷனும். வாழ்க்கையை இப்படி வாழுங்க அப்படி வாழுங்கன்னு உங்களுக்கு நான் மேப் போட்டு கொடுக்க முடியாது. அதை வாழறதுக்கான இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் தான் கொடுக்கணும். மேப் போட்டு கொடுத்தா அதுனா உருப்படாது. இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் தான், இந்த அன்கிளச்சிங் அந்த இன்டெலிஜென்ஸை உருவாக்கிடும். தீன்னு சொல்கிற சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தில் தீனா புத்தின்னு அர்த்தம். அது அவேக்கன் ஆகிடும். Unclutching will lead you to awakening to the purpose of life. The naturally tremendous number of thoughts the reduction in the thoughts will happen. Thoughts are nothing but unaware response of life, response to the life. When you are unaware of life, your response to life will be thoughts. Understand, I am defining thoughts. Unconscious response to the life is thought. Restful awareness towards the life is unclutching. Unclutching will make you spontaneous because you will have a deep restful awareness. You will know what has happened in you when you go back and start living. When you go back and start living, you will know what has happened to you. வீட்டுக்கு போய் திரும்ப வாழ ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா என்ன ஆகும், அப்போ தான் தெரியும் இந்த 10 நாள் என்ன உங்களுக்குள்ள நடந்திருக்குன்னு. Only then you will know what has happened to you in this 10-15 days. எண்ணங்களுடைய டெஃபினேஷன், அன்கான்ஷியஸாக உணர்வு அறுபட்ட நிலையில் உலகத்தை, உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை நீங்கள் அணுகும் பொழுது உங்களுக்குள் நிகழும் நிகழ்வுதான் எண்ணங்கள். அதிலே ஆழ்ந்த சாந்தமான உணர்வோடு வாழ்க்கையை எதிர்கொள்ளும் பொழுது உங்களுக்குள்ளே நடக்கிறது பேர் தான் அன்கிளச்சிங். புரிஞ்சிருச்சா? வாழ்க்கையை இப்போது ஒரு சூரிய அஸ்தமனத்தையே பார்க்குறீங்க, பார்த்த உடனே அன்கான்ஷியஸோட பழக்கம் என்னென்னா அதை உடனே ஃப்ரேம் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கிறது. ஓ, தங்க கலரில் இருக்குது, ஜகஜகன் இருக்குது, ஏற்கனவே நான் 2 தடவை எங்கள் மொட்டை மாடியிலேருந்து பார்த்தேன், எதெல்லாமே எடுத்துன்னு வந்துடும், ஃப்ரேம் பண்ணிடும். அதான் உணர்வு இல்லாமல் வாழ்க்கையை எதிர்கொள்ளும் பொழுது உங்களுக்குள் நிகழ்கின்ற நிகழ்வு எண்ண ஓட்டம். ஆனால் அன்கிளச்சாக சைலண்ட்டாக பாருங்கள், அது அனுபவமாக மாறிடும். நீங்கள் ஃப்ரேம் பண்ண முடியாத ஒரு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸாக அது உள்ள ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகிடும். இந்த அந்த காலத்து இந்த இது பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா, லவுட் ஸ்பீக்கர், இந்த பெரிய பிளேட் இருக்கும், கீரல் விழுந்த தட்டுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, கிராமஃபோன் ரெக்கார்டு. அதில் கீரல் விழுந்துருச்சுன்னா, நான் ஒரு தான் கீரல் விழுந்த கிராமஃபோன் ரெக்கார்டு கேட்டேன். அந்த வரவு எட்டனா செலவு பத்தனா பாட்டு, வரவு எட்டனா வரவு எட்டனா வரவு எட்டனானே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கு, செலவுக்கே போக மாட்டேங்குது. நான் சொன்னேன் பரவாயில்ல, நல்லா கிராமஃபோன் நினச்சேன், வரவு மட்டும் வைக்கிறது, செலவு பண்ண மாட்டேங்குது அப்படின்னு. அந்த கிராமஃபோனு வரவு 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 வரவுனே சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்க, 2வது லைனுக்கே போகாது. நம்ம மனம் அந்த மாதிரி தான், எண்ணங்கள் அப்படிங்கிறது கீழல் விழுந்த ரெக்கார்டு மாதிரி தான். எப்படியா இருந்தாலும் ஒரே மாதிரி தான் வந்துட்டு போயிட்டுருக்கும், எப்படியா இருந்தாலும் ஒரே மாதிரி தான் வந்துட்டு போயிட்டுருக்கும். அதான் கீழல் விழுந்த ரெக்கார்டு. அன்கிளச்ட் அவேர்னஸோடு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அப்படியே அது எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸாக உங்களுக்குள்ளே ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகும். அது ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க. இது ஒரு இன்டென்ஸான சத்தியம். போய் வாழ ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னு தெரியுங்க, நீங்கள் எதுக்கெல்லாம் முதல்ல எப்படி எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தீங்களோ அந்த ரியாக்ஷன்லாம் இப்போ இருக்காது. திடீர்னு பார்த்தா இப்போ உங்களுக்குள்ளே இருக்கிற மனம் எப்படின்னா எரிஞ்சு போன கயிறு மாதிரி. எரிஞ்சு போன கயிறு பார்க்க கயிறு மாதிரி இருக்கும், ஆனால் கட்ட உபயோகமாகாது. அந்த கயிறை கட்ட முடியாது, எரிஞ்சு போன கயிறு எடுத்து கட்ட முடியாது. உங்களுடைய ரெஸ்பான்ஸ்னால பந்தம் வராது. தினம் 1/2 மணி நேரம் அன்கிளச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா பண்ணலாம், ஹீலிங் பண்ணலாம். See, awakening to the purpose of life is realizing the purposelessness of the life. Understand? Whatever you think as purpose, that idea will be lost. That is what is the meaning when I gave the title to the book, Purposeless, Beauty of Purposelessness. It means whatever you think as purpose, that will be lost. Whatever is the real, it is not even, you can't even call as purpose. Real purpose is not purpose. Meaning of the life will be awakened. Meaning of the life is living every moment. Purpose of the life is something somewhere in the future. Anything somewhere in the future will lead you to only hopelessness and depression. Anything which diverts you towards this moment, meaning of the life, will raise your consciousness. There's a big difference between that purpose and this purpose. Awakening to the purpose of life is living meaning of the life, spontaneity. That when I use the word purposelessness there, I mean there's nothing in the future. அன்கிளச் பண்ணிட்டீங்களே போதுமா? நைட் அன்கிளச் பண்ண முடிஞ்சா பண்ணுங்க, பண்ண முடியல சக்தி தாரணை பண்ணுங்க. ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயம், திரும்ப 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 இந்த ஒரு நாளைக்கு 1/2 மணி நேரமாக இந்த புக்ஸை படிங்க. படிச்சிங்கன்னா புதுசாக புரியும். இப்போ உங்கள் மைண்டே உங்கள் சாஃப்ட்வேர் புதுசாகிருச்சு. அதனால் நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணிங்களாலும் என்ன ஆகும், புதுசாக எல்லாமே புரிய ஆரம்பிக்கும். புதுசாக எல்லாம் புரிய ஆரம்பிக்கும். சர்வரோக நிவாரணி.
Nothing but the faith.
Karma is nothing but the.
It's nothing but the faith of the fear you have on it, like that. So can you please?
That's all. Do you feel connected to that idea?
Yeah, I feel connected to that.
Right, relax from it.
Swamiji?
You see, the Sanjita, removing Sanjita is deeper than what you understand as karma. What you understand as karma is only few superficial things. Sanjita is very quality that your human being will be changed. You are no more a human being because your TPS is reduced.
Thank you so much.
It's a very powerful process of reducing the TPS.
Swamiji? This, you had mentioned Anandagandha versus unclutching. Just trying to figure out, are they both compatible?
Yes, compatible. No, they are not against each other.
So it's,
Both are paths towards the same goal.
so basically doing Anandagandha and unclutching can be done.
See, in Anandagandha you remember me and feel connected. I am an empty space. I am like a window. You jump through the window. In unclutching, you break the wall and go. In unclutching, you need little more effort. But in Anandagandha, I have already broke the wall. You jump through that window. Only one thing, in Anandagandha, you need a strong faith and connection towards me. In unclutching, you don't need that. You can break and jump out. So the purpose is to jump out of this building. Anandagandha is like a me. I am a window. I already broke the wall. I am available like a window. You jump through me. And unclutching is like you yourself wanted to break one more wall and make a window and jump through that. In unclutching, all intellectual problems will be solved. There will not be any problem because you are trying. In Anandagandha, you need little strong that feeling connection. So if you have the feeling connection, Anandagandha is best. If you are not able to have that feeling connection is sometimes getting disturbed. If somebody complains or you hear some rumor, foolish fellows will continuously be judging me. So that is another big problem. I tell you, I am saying, I am not judging you. If I judge you, you think you will be here. No. But these guys judge me. I am liberating them, they are binding me. Actually, when you have to unclutch and work, the work will be little more. With Anandagandha work is practically mine. You don't need to do anything. You just enjoy the feeling connection. It's called Lila Dhyana. Lila Dhyana means when the divine descends on the planet Earth, whatever it does, just you remember that you are in a different plane. Lila Dhyana. So Anandagandha is more like Lila Dhyana. The moment you remember, you are there somewhere. But the unclutching is more, you struggle and you strive. It's for two different attitude people. சிலர்கள் கேட்டாங்க, ஏன் சாமி இப்போவே அடுத்த நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷனை ட்ரெயின் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கிறீங்களே அப்படின்னு. யூஸ்வலாக நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷனை பற்றி எல்லாருமே வயசானப்பறம் தான் யோசிப்பாங்க. சாமி ரொம்ப நாள் இருக்க போகிறேன், சின்ன வயசுல ரொம்ப நாள் இருக்க போகிறேன். இருந்தாலும் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷனை இப்போவே ட்ரெயின் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கிற காரணம், ஒரு 20-30 வருஷங்கள் நான் ட்ரெயின் பண்ணேன்னா இவங்க என்லைட்டன் ஆகிடுவாங்க. அப்போ என்ன ஆகும், டீக்ரடேஷன் நடக்கிறது ரொம்ப வருஷம் ஆகும். உடனே நடக்காது. ஒரு 10 ஜெனரேஷனுக்காவது, அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 10 தலைமுறைக்காவது, ஒரு 1000 வருஷத்துக்காவது இந்த இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் லாஸ் ஆகாமல் இருக்கட்டும்ன்றது தான் இப்போ வந்து பிளான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். नित्यानन्देश्वर सदाशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि आदिशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidar Kotari, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, hundreds of Adinavasis channels, YouTube Live, Twitter Live, and through two-way video conferencing. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. I'll continue on Adinam Chalo series. Nitty-gritties of Shaktipada. Yesterday there were few questions brought in front of me which will be useful for all of you. So I wanted to share those questions and answers. Last few satsangs I am giving an important understanding about how the generalization dilutes education. Listen to very important truth. With the generalization, if you structure anything remembering the weakest link, it is dilution. Oh, we need to attend to this kind of, this level intelligence also. Then you bring the whole thing down. Understand? With the generalization, if you dilute, that is your so-called education. There is another one thing. Because of the collective consciousness, if your standard is raised, that is Sangha, that is Vatavarana. Understand? When you all come together and start a journey, if your ability gets reduced day by day, it is called education, so-called education. Because dilution due to generalization. But if you all come together for a journey, and every day your standard is increasing, means your physical health is increasing, improving. Your psychological stability is improving. Understand? Definition of mental health is stability. In anything you do, stability is the definition of mental health. That's the definition of mental health. Whatever you may be doing, but stability is the stability is the scale to measure your mental health. Will persistence is the scale to measure your conscious growth. understand? If you consciously grow, you will have amazing will persistence. The unit to find out whether you are becoming healthy or not is the quality of your day and night. Means what kind of awareness and consciousness you are able to retain in your body during daytime, what kind of a deep rest you are able to have in your body in the night time. That is the scale, whether you are healthy or not. Just few days before I made the statement, if you sleep in the daytime, you are physically sick. If you don't sleep in the night time, you are mentally sick. If you sleep in the daytime, you are physically sick. If you don't sleep in the night time, you are mentally sick. Whole day you feel like sleeping, but you are not able to sleep. That is psychologically sick. The unit to measure your physical health is the quality of your day. Unit to measure your mental health is stability. Unit to measure your conscious growth is will persistence. If all these are growing, then we can say, because of the Sangha, the collective consciousness, you are growing. You are growing. If all these are going down, then you are in a system which is getting diluted due to generalization. Just yesterday I made an important announcement to the whole Sangha. Now we are making the spiritual routine into 2 batches, morning batch and evening batch. So whoever wants, you can attend morning batch. If you don't want, you can attend evening batch. But decide up front which batch you are going to be part. This is the rule for all over the world, all the branches, all the adhinams and temples. Morning 1 batch, evening 1 batch. Actually, I am opening the door for multiple possibilities. Morning batch will follow the Indian Standard Time. We'll call it maybe the first batch. You can come up with some name. That will follow Indian Standard Time of morning, 4 to 9, 4 to 5 yoga, 5 to 6 panchakriya, 6 to 7 pada puja, 7 to 8 breakfast and kirtan, 8 to 9 satsang. The evening batch will function centered on Los Angeles. Let's have Los Angeles time. Actually, all of you need to know, I need to put this on record once more. When I was in Erode, first when we started the Erode Adhinam, many devotees have gathered and wanted to buy land all around that ashram, Erode Adhinam, and expand that whole property into a large community. I had a darshan, Sadashiva appeared and revealed. In the east, Bengaluru will be headquarters. In the west, Los Angeles will be headquarters. So I came out of the Samadhi and told few of my disciples who were around me at that time. They laughed at me and said, Swamiji, you neither know Kannada to move to Bangalore, nor know English to go to Los Angeles. That time I really did not know English. Understand? That time I really did not know English. I can speak only, you come, I sit, we go. You talk, I understand, I don't talk. That time I really didn't know English, so they were laughing at me. You neither know some people in Karnataka, Bangalore, nor know anybody in Los Angeles. And I wanted to put this on record. Really, I did not know the place called Los Angeles exists in USA, in California and all that. I only know these two words appeared in front of me. That's all. Just these two words appeared in front of me. That's all. I will dig out from the archives. We must be having even that paper where I tried to spell it out. But the words appeared with the English letter. It did not appear in Tamil. Of course, I can read the English script. That much I learned. So, I could not pronounce properly. Bangalore I could pronounce because I've heard that word. Los Angeles I've never heard. So, I had to spell it out, pen it down, for them to even understand which place I am talking. When they asked all these questions, you neither know somebody in Bangalore nor know anybody in Los Angeles, and you neither know Kannada, the language of Bangalore, nor know the language of Los Angeles English. How are you going to start an ashram there? Now we have gathered and we are ready to buy all the lands around and donate, and why don't you start the ashram and expand here itself? Because they were really interested in keeping me there. They really want me to stay there. I said, I know one person, very powerful, who is in Bangalore and Los Angeles, that is Sadashiva. I know him and he knows what to do. So, I said, for East, we will have headquarters in Bangalore. For the West, we will have headquarters in Los Angeles. I wanted to put this on record because unfortunately still Los Angeles has not received a spiritual sacredness in our Sangha. Understand, we may have thousands of temples, but Los Angeles is the Kshetra. It's a Tirtha Snana for Nithyananda Sangha. Understand? It's a Tirtha Sthala for Nithyananda Sangha. Just like Arunachala and Bidadi, the important Tirtha Sthala for Sangha, our Sangha. Arunachala, the place where I became enlightened, the Adi Nithyananda Peetham, and the Tiruvannamalai Adinam, where Sadashiva gave the Atmalinga to me. All that is a kshetra for our Sangha. Then Varanasi, Manikarnika Ghat, where I had death experience. And Haridwar, Shankar Maharaj, Mahadeva, who gave me the food and established the truth. Ananyas Chintayanto Mamye Jana Paryupasade Desham Nityabhiyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyagam. Of course, Bidadi Bangalore, then Los Angeles. Los Angeles, temple is a kshetra, understand? It is not just a temple. We may build thousands and thousands of temples. We may build thousands and thousands of adinams. But Sadashiva marked Bangalore and Los Angeles only. So the morning batch will be called as Brahma Muhurta batch, which will follow the timing of Bangalore Adinam's sunrise. And Sandhya batch will follow the Los Angeles sunrise. It will follow the Los Angeles Adinam's sunrise. And based on their sunrise, Brahma Muhurtam, it means the same time. They will have their 5 to 6 yoga, 6 to 7 puja, 7 to 8 satsang. Because they can have breakfast and all that in their own time. Maybe they need time for Panchakriya, so we will have like five to 6 yoga, 6 to 7 Panchakriya, 7 to 8 puja and 8 to 9 satsang. Anyhow, our evening batch will follow the timing of Los Angeles. I wanted more and more the spiritual sacredness and spiritual sacred respect to be given to the Los Angeles temple. And it should be treated as kshetra. We may have thousands of temples all over the West, but going and having darshan of Los Angeles temple is equivalent to having direct darshan of Bangalore Nithyanandeshwara. Because these two places marked by Mahadeva, Sadashiva directly. Even I cannot change it. No one can change it. It is history already. He marked it and he made it. I have decided we will build the Los Angeles temple in a beautiful big way, aligning to Agama and Kumbhabhishekam by next year. It has to be done. It's long due. Too much time has been wasted. Now I'm going to intervene and make it happen. So let's start these 2 batches. We can't even call us Brahma Muhurta and Sandhya batch because It's not precisely Sandhya in the evening. Sandhya is actually 4:30 to 6. This will be, I think, 4 a.m. Okay. Roughly we can call Sandhya batch. So all over the world, 2 batches will happen. In all the Adinams where Adinavasis are there, and you can attend any one batch, but attend at least one batch which is conducive for you. Don't change batches every day. Declare to yourself, it is you trying to train yourself. Declare to yourself and be stable with it. Morning, if you say, oh, I come to yoga but I don't do, all that doesn't work. That is like saying, oh, I only got married but somebody gave birth. So that doesn't work. I am trying to provide the Vatavarana, atmosphere of raising everyone through the collective consciousness. I am not interested in generalizing and diluting. Understand? I plan everything for the most powerful link in the chain. If you plan everything for the weakest link, it is called education, dilution due to generalization. If you plan everything for the most powerful link and empower everyone to become the most powerful link, that is what is providing right Vatavarana, Sangha. Every day if you are growing, you are having Sat Sangha. Every day you are going down, you are having Dussanga. I tell you really, many kids before going to this so-called school were so happy, and they have so much of concentration abilities, mental capabilities, artistic sense, creativity, joy. I'll give you precisely some of the tattvas. For you to manifest Sadashivatva, do not learn anything which is not useful in your life. Do not waste your time in developing the capabilities which is not useful anyway in your life. Like the stupid spell bee competitions. What is actually a direct use? What is actually the direct use? These beautiful handwriting competitions. Instead, you can spend time on building beautiful hand. Whenever you build anything directly which is going to be useful for your goal, what for you are born, your life's purpose, you will only feel more and more empowered and rejuvenated. You will not feel tired, dull, bored. But whenever you are trying to waste your time, life, energy into the skills just for the sake of some award, reward, which is not the purpose of your existence, there is an automatic mechanism to shut you down, to withdraw, and put you in boredom and tiredness. Listen carefully. Whatever is your life's purpose, I have seen in my own life. Whole day, sometimes even 20 hours, I'll be sitting and making deities and decorating them. My mother will be standing next to me for hours with a food plate or the milk, asking me, begging me literally, hey, at least have one meal, eat, drink 1 cup of coffee or tea or milk. Not that I don't want to eat or drink, I'll be so fulfilled, I'll say, leave it and go. It'll be there lying. And I had a pet, this money, he will eat. Because I know that is my life's purpose. That is my life's purpose. I'll spend so much of time in decorating the deities and making the deities and decorating the deities. But I will not sit and practice even 10 minutes handwriting. I will not sit and practice even for 10 minutes. Because I know I am not going to write anything in the hand. I am only going to type in the future. If at all I am going to write, it is going to be autograph. For that you don't need to practice. Autograph is something which you do as you know, as you are. This is my pet. And the flower plants behind are my personal garden for my puja. And those small boxes are my temples. And those dismantled wood, I had an extended temple room for myself. It was dismantled at the time for a bigger shed. Even in the house, I always had my own separate area, one temple setup. I'll sleep only there, I'll stay there whole day. Understand this basic principle. If you are developing tiredness, boredom, instability, then your thought currents are getting diluted due to generalization. Understands? Whether you know it or not, every day you are getting educated. Either others educate you or you educate yourself. Day by day, if you are getting diluted, your thought current is functioning from the angle of generalization. All generalization thought currents are based on, centered on matter, life negative. All thought currents makes you more alive, active, creative, or the right education method, right way of educating yourself. Listen to this carefully. These few thought currents, if you understand, you will know what you are doing to yourself every day. Even while you are thinking and planning for your life and future strategy, if you always plan based on your weakest moments, you are diluting yourself by generalization. If you always plan based on your best performance moments, you are building a new life. Understand? Plan based on best of you. Don't plan based on weakest moments of your life. If you feel, wow, I have done this in my life, then this is nothing. I should be able to do it. If you think, oh, I failed even there, then I should plan only that, based on that, then you are diluting. Education system of Bharat is, hey, I could even do that, why not this? Education system of Macaulay is, even this cannot be done, how can you do this? Macaulay or Bharat. I tell you, the so-called modern day false education is a very cunning method of breaking your conscious backbone, your inner image. I tell you, instead of learning all that stupidity, chunk of junk, which is never going to be useful in your life, if you have been taught about the inner image, outer image, life image, others image, which all of you are going to learn now, today in the Inner Awakening session, many people come and tell me, Swamiji, if I would have learnt about all this in a young age, so much of suffering would have been less. It is unfortunate. Before we build muscles, our mind did not get built. If your mind also gets built along with the muscles, it is called maturity. Otherwise, it is called aging, not growing. Aging is different, growing is different. It's not that always along with aging you need to be growing. One of the greatest contribution to humanity by the Vedic rishis is amazing concept of Gurukul, where such an extraordinary specialization skills are made available in such large scale. Understand? Such amazing specialization of extraordinary skills are made available to such large number of people. The specialization and the powers were such, it does not get diluted along with aging. See, at least you can say Bhishma had a boon of Ichamrityu. So his body never even experienced old age. But Drona is an ordinary being. But his disciples have grown up, they are fighting, they have become kings. Even after that, they are not able to match his capabilities. Not just Astra Shastra, even the stamina. Understand? For Astra Shastras, you need a stamina, especially the gut. Because that is where the mantras need to reverberate and get formed into a weapon and has to appear in the hand. That is why I insist so much on Haritaki. For all power manifestation, your gut need to be completely clean. That is why insisting on Haritaki. With Haritaki, the stomach will be clean and the mantras you create will reverberate in your navel and it will manifest as powers. Today, I received the message. So many Adinavasis are materializing during the morning Pada Puja. And we have a photograph of many people materializing during morning Pada Puja because Shakti Pada has started happening in the morning Pada Puja. This is also one more reason. Understand, many people have started materializing Vibhuti, Kumkum, Jnananjana, so many things during the morning Pada Puja. Shakti Pada has started happening one. This is also one more reason why I said, if you want to come, come, otherwise you come in the evening. Because now you know, if you come, you are going to have the Shakti Pada and manifest more and more powers. Now it is all going to be only inspiration based. Listen, whether others educate you or you educate yourself. If it is based on the weakest link, it is called generalization, dilution. Dilution due to generalization. Whether others educate you or you educate yourself, if you plan everything based on the best of you, it is called specialization. The Gurukul ambience is for specialization, not for generalization. It is for specialization, not for generalization. Understand? Education means putting set of ideas into your head and forcing you to conform to it, pressurizing you to memorize it, and forcibly making you vomit it. In Gurukul, there is no education, there is only initiations. Initiation means empowering you with powers and letting you play with it. Letting you manifest specialize, letting you manifest your specialization, letting you grow, glow. There's only one thing, Shaktipada, that's all. There's only one thing, Shaktipada. Constantly you are empowered and asked to explore. You are empowered and asked to explore. I think this morning batch, evening batch, we can name it in such way. The India time morning batch, which I'll be appearing physically. We will call that batch as Shaktipada batch. India time evening, where physically I will not be appearing, that batch will be called as Shaktinipada batch. So now each of the Adinams can rename. For Los Angeles, maybe it will be, their evening batch will be called Shaktipada and their morning batch will be called as Shaktinipada. So each of the ashrams, you tune yourself. Which batch is Shaktipada, which batch is Shaktinipada. And Shaktinipada will be happening in Chit Sabha. Shaktipada will be happening in Nithyananda Sabha. Look into you and see whether your everyday flow, others educating or you educating yourself, is getting into generalization and dilution or initiation and specialization. If you are getting more and more initiation, specialization, you are in Gurukul Vatavarana. Mahadeva's education. If you are getting into generalization and dilution, Macaulay's education. Macaulay or Mahadeva, you decide. Macaulay or Mahadeva, you decide. So essence of today's satsang, Mahadeva's education or Macaulay's education, you decide. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us in Rajya Sabha and all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Lotus News Channel, Ishwar TV, and through two-way video conferencing, having Naina Diksha, cities sitting with us through two-way video conferencing in 23 countries: Los Angeles, Ohio, Mahashivananda, Port Washington, East London, Hyderabad Gupta Kashi, Indrani Malhotra, Hong Kong, Vancouver, Devon, Annanagar, Dubai, Singapore, Kathmandu, San Diego Pacific Beach, Paris, Sacred Hearts University, Nithyananda Nagar, South Dakota, Saint Crystal, France, Houston, Kalahasti, Kuala Lumpur, San Jose, Oklahoma, Hyderabad, Charlotte. That's it. I welcome Oman, Sivagangai and Phoenix, Seattle, Toronto, Bangalore. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Today I'll expand on instant process for completion. Please understand, you need to receive it from the space of listening. Instant process for completion. If you listen intensely, end of the satsang, you will be complete. First, please listen. Please come to the space of listening. I wanted to define cognition. I'll give you a few definitions. Then I'll expand on the process of instant completion. First, understand what is cognition. Cognition is receiving information, the process where we receive information through our five senses, process that information internally, relate with it based on your root patterns, and respond to life from the understandings of your patterns we derive from. Means understanding from your responding from your patterns is known as cognition. Listen, I am repeating the process where we receive information through five senses, internalize with our patterns, respond based on our patterns, is cognition. Normally, this is cognition. Now, I want you just to understand the second statement I want to make. Please understand, there is no connection between the first statement I made and the second statement I am making. I defined cognition. Now I am going to define authenticity. It is like I am preparing many items for cooking. In the end, I will put everything together and cook and give you the food. I am just preparing the ingredients for cooking. First I cut carrot, then I cut brinjal. You can't say, what is this? You cut carrot and without even putting that into the oven, you are cutting the brinjal. No. First I will prepare, then I will give you the final understanding. Listen now. Cognition. Understand the truth about cognition. Receiving information through 5 senses and internalizing with your root pattern, responding based on your pattern is cognition. Understand authenticity. I am giving you a little deeper definition. Authenticity is nothing but being sincere to the 4 aspects of you. What you feel as you, inner image. What you project you to others, outer image. What you think about others and life, others' image about others, and what others hold you as, others' expectation. Mamakara, inner image, ahankara, outer image, Swa Anyakara, image about others, Anyakara, others' expectation about you. What others hold for you. In all these 4, being sincere, please listen. Being sincere in all these 4 means what? Having best inner image, having best outer image, having best idea about others and life, and being very sincere about what others hold you for. I tell you, please listen. Spend few minutes to sit and define what you want to feel you. What kind of a feeling about you will be the best for you? What do you think is best you? Define. What do you think as best outer image for you? What's the best way you wanted to project you? Same. What's the best image you wanted to have about others and life? What is the best sincere way you want to take responsibility about what others hold you for? Define all these 4. Anything which disturbs in any one of these is an incompletion. Understand? Anything which disturbs any one of this is an incompletion. All of you understand authenticity? Listen. I am creating separate ingredients so that in the end I will give you the complete understanding. It's one of the powerful revelations I had yesterday night in the Samadhi, because last few days we are having the College of Pitadishwas, the meeting of all sannyasis and Naishtika Brahmacharis, Krama Brahmacharis, other than Gurukul kids who don't need this meeting. We are having a meeting and where we are discussing and trying to help each other to hold ourselves in the highest context. And I am personally sitting and spending as much time as I can and helping, enriching. So this was one of the biggest problem. Many were expressing in the discussion, some for themselves, some for when we teach, when we help others. How can we handle this? Holding ourselves and others in the highest context, the best possible space. So yesterday whole night I was sitting with that mood that there should be some clear understanding, experiential solution for this. I think Kalbhairava brought this kind of disciples towards me so that I will continue to find solutions. So that continuously I will be contemplating and finding more and more solutions which will be used for the whole world. Which will be useful for the whole world. See, if not for this disciples and their problems, I will not be contemplating on this. I will just pass away into Samadhi and come back next morning. But now, because of these particular definite unsolvable problems, I also contemplate on it, and then the truths are revealed which is useful to the whole world. Listen. Please understand. I have defined cognition. Now I have defined authenticity. Then I defined incompletion. Now I am giving you one more understanding. Please understand. All these four have only you as the central focal point. So, if you are at the peak and best of all these four, you are living in a state of completion. I am just defining. Don't worry about how to go it. How to go there, I will explain now. All these four means inner image, what you feel about you, outer image, what you project you to others, others' image, what image you have about others and life, and others' expectation about you, what others hold you for, anyakara. In all these four, you are the center. Have best inner image. Have best outer image. Have best image about others and life. Decide to hold yourself in the highest space of what others hold you for. Being sincere to all these four is authenticity. Actually, I have defined authenticity completely in a new way. Anything, if you don't believe, even while you are defining, if you have a doubt, oh God, I don't think I will ever be able to achieve this state at all. That is what I call self-doubt. If you sit and write pen down, while you pen down itself, your pen will be stuck. Because the black is not in the ink flowing into the pen. The black is the consciousness flowing into your brain. So if your pen is stuck, be very clear, that is what is self-doubt. And I wanted you to understand, consciousness is the ink, Kala, time, is the paper, your body is the pen, your will is the decision to write. Anything you write in your inner space will become reality. When you write about you, even in the outer space, in the paper and pen, if you are stuck, or if you have a doubt, you will never be able to realize this. That is what I call self-doubt. Or if you think anything is obstacle for you being sincere in all these four, that is the incompletion you have. This is the method to diagnose incompletion. This is the method to diagnose incompletion. Next, please understand. Next, very important, ध्यान से सुनिए. Listen. Listen. I have defined cognition, authenticity, incompletions, completions. Completion also I have defined theoretically. Now how to experience it? How that can be your life? One more great news you have. Cognition is not an established organ of you. It can be programmed as you want. Listen. From today, if you strongly start believing, even with your doubt, self-doubt and all, that this pillar is God, the way you behave with this pillar and the power of your cognition will make few more others will believe, and maybe in next few months or few years, based on that your strength of your cognition, this pillar will be worshipped as the God and it will become a temple. Separate temple will be built for this pillar. And I know there are in many temples, separate temples are built only for pillar. In Tiruvannamalai there is a temple, there is a shrine called Kambattalayanar. Means there is a small Subramanya carved on a pillar. The great saint Arunagirinatha declared that pillar is a God and that Subramanya is a living deity. Power of his cognition and the people around him, their cognitions. Now there is a huge separate temple standing just for that pillar. It is a pillar of another one hall, but just for this pillar separate temple is standing. That pillar is the Garbha Mandir now. And a separate temple is there. Same way, if you cognize in this pillar ghost is there, don't go near. And the power of your cognition, the way you behave and respond to this pillar, and the way you affect the other's cognition about this pillar, In few months, people may abandon even this whole hall, may never enter in. How many of you cognize what I am saying? So please understand, your cognition is not a natural organ of your system. It is programmable, transformable, possible software. It is not hardware. Because it is there for quite a long time, you mistake the difference between software and hardware. Your eye is hardware, your ear is hardware, but hearing is software. Seeing is software. Please listen. Because you continuously see, you forget seeing is a programmable. Seeing is changeable. Seeing is transformable. Cognition is changeable, programmable, transformable. This is the great news. Listen, this is the great news. Even your doubt, who wants to change? I even have laziness to wanting to change. I have doubt whether I really want to even change. Even that can be changed. That is the beauty of cognition. Why do you have a doubt? Please listen. You try to go on cooking without lighting the stove. You brought a vessel and you put all that, try digging, shaking, doing everything. You try 10 times. Then after that you decide whole science of cooking is a false lie. But you forget one of the important things required for cooking is the fire which you did not create. Do I want to change? I feel lazy. Is also one more cognition you have. Is also one more cognition which is transformable, which is changeable. Everything that exists and you experience as reality stems only from your cognition. All incompletions are functions of only your cognition. Listen. So whether it is incompletions or completion, it is your cognition. The great news is cognition is changeable, transformable. All completion is also only your cognition. All completion is your cognition. All incompletion is your cognition. Your cognition alone binds you. Your cognition alone liberates you. Now you need to understand. Please listen. First pen down all the 4 items. Not now. Later on sit and pen down. Now drop your paper and pen. Later on sit and pen down all these 4. Most sincere inner image what you want for you, most sincere outer image, what you want to project as you, most sincere image about others and life, what you want to carry, the most sincere others' image, how you want to hold yourself up to that. Make a clear description. Then start penning down what all is the obstruction, what all obstacles for you realizing that. Those obstacles, those obstruction, listen. Those obstructions are incompletions. Before entering into conclusion, I wanted all of you to understand, only then the conclusion will work. Before starting the cooking, you have to keep all the ingredients ready. After lighting the fire, you cannot run and make paddy into rice. You can't say, oh God, I forgot to cut vegetable. I have a full pumpkin. What can I? Shall I throw the whole thing? No, you can't. What are all the obstacles that come in the way of you being the peak and best in all these four at any given point in time are incompletions. Pen down all the incompletions. Please listen. After you pen down all the incompletions, understand it is your cognition which is changeable. Actually, you have only one root pattern that your cognition can't be changed. Listen. The root of the root pattern is only one. Your cognition can't be changed. Because of that root of the root pattern, your cognition can't be changed. No completion works on you. You stand in the train. See, you are going from here to Varanasi. The train stops at Mohalsarai station, from where you have to go to Varanasi. You see the board Mohalsarai. And you never got down from the train into the platform. Train moved before you got down. But you don't realize that. And you start walking inside the train itself. To and fro, to and fro. Will you reach Varanasi? Once Mullah Nasruddin was going in a boat. He started walking to and fro inside the boat. The boatman said, "Sir, why don't you sit down?" This guy says, "No, I have no time to sit down. I am in a hurry to reach the place. I have to walk quickly." Walking quickly inside the boat is not going to take you anywhere. So with a strong root of the root pattern, that cognition is not changeable. Any amount of completion is not going to work for you. First understanding you need is cognition is changeable. You may not be able to cook for last 20 years because you forgot how to light the fire. Because of that, the whole science of cooking is not lie, false. Getting it? Same way, with this deep cognition, cognition is not changeable. Maybe it is changeable for others, not for me. With that cognition, any completion you do, what will be the result? Zero. Understand? Cognition is changeable. Cognition is changeable, transformable, is the first cognition you need to have. That is the first cognition you need to have. Whenever people realize cognition is changeable, spontaneous enlightenment happens. Please understand. People who do completion, with this basic root pattern of cognition is not changeable, then finally at one point they break and understand cognition is changeable, become enlightened. That is called enlightenment process, gradual enlightenment. People who understand immediately cognition is changeable and awaken are people who have become spontaneously enlightened, instant enlightenment. Understand? Cognition is changeable with this truth as fire. The ingredients you need to add into the vessel is the right inner image, sincere mamakara, sincere ahankara, sincere anyakara, sincere swa-anyakara. It can be up to your sincere. It does not need to be up to others' sincerity. Your sincerity. Add these 4 ingredients and remove the skin. While you cook, you remove many vegetable skin, peel it off and throw it away. What's the skin need to be removed which is obstruction for all these 4, the incompletions, are the skin you need to peel and remove. And please understand, in cooking you need to peel the skin and remove. Here, with the process of enlightenment, you don't even need to do that. Just if you decide, please listen, just if you decide, with this authentic 4 components of me, from now onwards I decide to cognize this authentic 4 definition about me as me. And anything which is abstractly, I decide to disown them. I decide not to recognize their presence anymore in me. Just the decision is enough. Now I know you will have, I can't decide because I have decided many times like this, but it never worked. That's one more thing. You need to throw with your decision. And you have a problem. No, all this I do, but after 2 days I forget the whole thing. I feel bored, I feel tired, I forget, then nothing works for me. Please listen. All these days, you never allowed the truth of cognition is changeable. You go on believing because you are seeing from the time of your birth. Seeing is hardware of you, like eyes. You don't separate eyes and seeing. You don't separate ears and hearing. You don't separate tongue and tasting. If it is there, it is there, which is not truth. Cognition is changeable. Cognition is transformable. With this clarity, the cognition is changeable, cognition is transformable. Decide, I tell you, just know your incompletions. With this clarity of cognition is changeable, the incompletions will lose power over you. Incompletions will have power over you as long as you feel cognition is not changeable. Come on, be integrated, authentic while you answer. How many of you strongly believed till today, unconsciously, that cognition is not changeable? Raise the hand. With this unconscious baseline, any completion you do is not going to work. Any completion you do is not going to work. Because you are walking inside the boat. Is walking inside the boat is going to make you reach somewhere quickly? Is it going to reach you to the place quickly? Listen. If the basic cognition has not changed, nothing can be done. I have a story for you guys. A professional fundraiser called upon a well-known miser, very well-known miser. I tell you, misers are the most poor animal creatures lives on the planet Earth. So a well-known professional fundraiser called upon a well-known miser and says, "Sir, I am seeking contributions for a worthy charity work. The project is 100,000. And a well-known philanthropist, another one philanthropist, a rich man in your town, has already donated a quarter of that." The miser says, "Wonderful, I'll give you another quarter. Have you change for $1? The miser, please understand, I think many of you missed. "I'll give you another quarter. Do you have a change for $1? Till the miser's cognition is changed, nothing can be done. What fundraiser meant is $250,000 is already given by a philanthropist, means quarter of that. This fellow thinks, oh, he gave a quarter, I'll also give you a quarter. The cognition, the basic cognition, the cognition can be changed. If that doesn't strike you, no completions will work. If you come to the clarity, cognition can be changed. Simply, that very idea, cognition can be changed, can lead to completion. And listen, with this one idea, cognition can be changed. With this one idea, you pen down all the incompletions and look in, decide to think based on the truth. Cognition can be changed, and authenticity, the best I which I want, best outer image which I want, best image about others and life which I want, best way of holding me up to others' expectation, what others hold me up. In these four, listen, just if you start thinking in this line, your very thinking is a completion process. Please get it? I have delivered the climax. Without any completion process separately. With the truth, cognition is changeable. And best this four is you, and anything other than you is incompletion. And deciding to live by the best four you decided about you as you. Decide to think only in that line from now on. You will see spontaneous completion. Your very thinking process is completion. Now you have another doubt. No, after 2 days, if I fall back into the same forgetfulness, what shall I do? I may fall back into the space of I need completion, I need incompletion, I need to create clear incompletion. It's one of the biggest questions we have. After you are told about your name, do you forget? So these major truths, when it is revealed, you start processing with that. You don't forget. You may forget the dress color you wore. You may forget the food you ate for a few days before in the breakfast. But you will not forget that you have to eat. You will not forget that you have to wear a dress. Understand? You won't forget that you have to eat. You can't forget you have to dress up. These strong, important facts you don't forget. Don't bring your self-doubting pattern before even you start the process. That is also one more cognition which can be changed. Which can be changed. With this cognition, your simple regular thinking and day-to-day life itself becomes completion. your dreams becomes completion. Even in your dream you will complete and release them, patterns with which you are struggling. Your dreams become completion. Your thinking becomes completion. Listen. I'll give the whole essence in Hindi. आज मैं पूर्णत्व का तुरंत तारीका बताने वाला हूँ। ध्यान से सुनिए। अनुभूति क्या है? अनुभूति कोई सूचना को प्राप्त करना, उसे सम्मिलित करना, अपने मूल विचार धारा के साथ संबंधित करना और उसे जीवन के प्रति प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करना, यही अनुभूति है। श्रद्धा क्या है? श्रद्धा अपने चारों व्यक्तित्व के साथ श्रद्धा रखना, यही श्रद्धा है। आपने ममकार, अहंकार, स्व अन्यकार के साथ श्रद्धालु रखने, यही श्रद्धा है। जो सबसे अच्छी भीतरी छवि आप चाहते हैं उसे जीना, जो सबसे अच्छी बाहरी छवि आप चाहते हैं उसे जीना, जो सबसे अच्छी अपेक्षा दूसरों और जीवन से आप रखते हैं उसे जीना, जो सबसे उच्चतर अपेक्षा लोग आपसे रखते हैं उसे जीना, यही श्रद्धा है। किसी एक में भी कोई समस्या ही अपूर्णता है। यदि आप इन चारों पहलुओं में उच्चतर रूप में है तो आप पूर्ण हैं। ये समझिए, इन चारों में आप ही केंद्र है। यदि ये नहीं विश्वास कर पा रहे हैं कि आप इन चारों को उच्चतम रूप से जी पाएंगे, वही आत्मसंदेह है। आप कैसे इस अनुभव किया जा सकता है? अनुभूति एक स्थायी चीज नहीं है, उसे बदला जा सकता है। वो सॉफ्टवेयर की तरह है, हार्डवेयर नहीं है। अपने आत्मसंदेह के साथ भी यदि आप किसी अनुभूति को लगातार शक्ति देते हैं तो वो अनुभूति दूसरों की अनुभूति को प्रभावित कर सकता है, उसे वास्तविकता में परिवर्तित कर सकता है। हर अनुभूति को परिवर्तित किया जा सकता है, चाहे वो अपूर्णता हो या पूर्णता हो। आपकी अनुभूति है और किसी भी अनुभूति को परिवर्तित किया जा सकता है। आप ही की अनुभूति आपको बद्ध करता है, आप ही की अनुभूति आपको मुक्त करता है। एक सूची बनाइए जिसमें आप ये 4 चीजें वर्णित करते हैं। आपकी सबसे श्रद्धालु भीतरी छवि, सबसे श्रद्धालु बाहरी छवि, सबसे श्रद्धालु दूसरों और जीवन से आपकी अपेक्षा, सबसे श्रद्धालु आपसे दूसरों की अपेक्षा। इन चारों छवियों को वास्तविकता रूप से अनुभव करने में जो समस्या है वही अपूर्णता है। मूल विचारधारा का मूल केवल एक है कि आप ये सोचते हैं कि आपकी अनुभूति परिवर्तित नहीं हो सकती है। अनुभूति को परिवर्तित किया जा सकता है। पहले जानिए, केवल यह निर्णय कीजिए कि जो भी अनुभूति आप श्रद्धा के बीच में बाधा की रूप में है, आप उसको महत्व नहीं देंगे, उसको अस्तित्व नहीं देंगे। मूल विचारधारा का मूल केवल एक है कि आप यह सोचते हैं कि आपकी अनुभूति परिवर्तित नहीं हो सकती है। अनुभूति को परिवर्तित किया जा सकता है, यह पहले जानिए। केवल यह निर्णय कीजिए कि जो भी अनुभूति आपका और श्रद्धा के बीच में बाधा के रूप में है, आप उसको महत्व नहीं देंगे, उसको अस्तित्व नहीं देंगे। Understand, I am giving you some of the deepest sacred secrets. Even if you understand, your cognition can be changed. For example, you are seeing this pillar as a pillar. Today, if I declare this as a God and start worshipping it, within 10 days you will see this as a God. Your cognition can be changed. If I declare this pillar as a demon, in few days you will see demon in it. Your cognition can be changed. So have this understanding. Know what is you, what is your incompletions. With this, with the understanding, cognition can be changed. Start living and thinking. Your very thinking will be completion. This is the science of spontaneous completion. Instant completion. आपकी मेरे संदेश का सारांश यही है, केवल इस सत्य के साथ की अनुभूति परिवर्तित हो सकती है और अपने चार चाबियों को श्रद्धा पूर्ण रूप से जीने का निर्णय लेना, इस सोच विचार मात्रा से आप पूर्णत्व पा सकते हैं। यही विज्ञान है तुरंत जीवन मुक्ति का। यही विज्ञान है तुरंत पूर्णत्व का। अंडरस्टैंड? Just having the clear decision. Having the clear decision, thinking with the decision. Having the clear decision, thinking with the decision. Nothing else is required. And you also need to know, you don't put conscious effort to remember your name. I have seen whenever I give spiritual name to people, by next 3 days, 4 days, they forget the old name. How many of you forgot your old name? Even in your dream, you think only about your new name, spiritual name. It is not that only the people who received the name long before, even few days before, people who receive the spiritual name, they suddenly forget the old name. So when you remember this is your new name, you don't need to make new effort, special effort to keep that name in your memory. If you remember this truth, cognition is changeable. You don't need to put an effort to remember it and put a special energy to cognize it. Just the remembrance leads to completion. A remembrance leads to completion. Yasya smarana matrena janma samsara bandhanat vimuchyate namastasmai Vishnave Prabha Vishnave. That is what is the meaning of this word. The moment I remember, I am lead to completion and liberation. O Lord, I bow down to you who liberates me just by the mere remembrance. There is a beautiful verse. Yasya smarana matrena janma samsara bandhanat vimuchyate namastasmai Vishnave Prabha Vishnave. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.
It's time for us to get ready to receive the blessings of Supreme Founder of Hinduism. Request everyone to sit straight and close your eyes.
Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. Superconscious mutation is process of putting the very core superconsciousness of Paramashiva into your consciousness and letting your consciousness mute, go through the whole mutation process. Don't understand the word mute into M-U-T-E. Conscious mutation process. The superconscious mutation process. Letting your consciousness go through the superconscious mutation process and evolving you is initiation into powers of superconscious mutation. Listen, here, you manifesting the powers is the spiritual practice. Straight, you manifesting the powers is spiritual practice. Superconscious mutation is putting the very superconsciousness, the core of Paramashiva, into your consciousness and let your consciousness go through the process of mutation. and manifest superconscious being and powers. Listen. Initiation itself, power manifestation itself is tapas. That is the spiritual practice for superconscious mutation. This whole process is founded on tyaga. Listen. I sacrifice all my expectations about you. Being a good disciple, bad, I sacrifice all my expectations. I do tyaga. You just do tyaga of all your expectations with me, life, world, universe, everything. Listen. Tyaga is the ground, foundation, base material for your consciousness to become super consciousness. Listen. I declare, I sacrifice, I renounce, I do tyaga of all my expectations about all of you. You decide to do tyaga of all your expectations from life, from jiva, yourself. See, when you have expectations about yourself from yourself, you go through so much of insecurity within you about you. You continue to cage, prison yourself inside yourself. When you decide to do tyaga of all your expectations about you, just decide, now whatever I can do, I will do. I am not going to carry on, hold on to any expectation about me, within me. Do tyaga of all your expectations about yourself from yourself. And do tyaga of everything you expect from life. Do tyaga of everything you expect from Paramashiva, from Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. From Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. From everything. From yourself, from the cosmos, from Paramashiva. From all the three, all expectations you have, renounce it. Sit now with this tyaga. Hold the Atma Linga in your palm. Keep the other hand on top. Please keep the hands like this. Atma Linga will start levitating, floating between both your hands. Listen. Ma Nitya Pushkalananda. You should know that I myself talk to you every day when you do puja. Ma Pushkalananda is putting the message. Swamiji, this is exactly what I received during puja today. Thank you so much for confirming and initiating. All of you should know. People who do Nitya Puja, every day during the Nitya Puja, you directly connect with me and the space I am in. If you are doing Nitya Puja, during Nitya Puja, you will simply receive the next day satsang message. What I am going to talk in the next day satsang. Paramashiva's message, you will simply receive it. Because in Samadhi, what I receive from Paramashiva, you will directly receive through the puja. Now, keep the Atma Linga between both the hands. See how I am keeping the hand? Exactly like this. Keep the Atma Linga. Not only it will stand on itself. Understand? You should not try to make the Atma Linga stand. Just leave it on your palm. It will stand by itself and start levitating, floating between both your palms. It will first stand up and start floating between both your palms. Listen. Nothing to hold on in the known universe from the known self, from the known Ishvara. Listen. What you know as yourself, what you know as the universe, what you know as God, Paramashiva, all are too small. When you decide to do Tyaga, you will know the real self of you, real cosmos and real Paramashiva. I renounce all my expectations about you. You all renounce all your expectations about life, me, Paramashiva, Guru, God, from yourself. Do renounce everything. What happens, happens. Now, you decide to renounce. This Tyaga will make you know the real self, real Ishvara, real cosmos. Keep the Atma Linga between both the palms. Listen, I will lift it now. The initiation is extremely powerful. With the grace of Paramashiva, I am starting this next level of initiation. I should say that Paramashiva himself is starting this auspicious occasion of his own coronation, Magudabhishekam. Time, with this auspicious Magudabhishekam, he is manifesting this initiation. The powerful cognition is renounce all the expectation. Renounce all the expectations. Renounce all expectations you have about yourself from yourself. Just be udasi. What happens, happens. What can be done? Leave it. Renounce all your expectations you have about cosmos, universe. Renounce it. What happens, happens. What can be done? Renounce all your expectations you have about Ishvara, Paramashiva, God, Guru. Renounce it. What happens, happens. Leave it. With this Tyaga, sit with absolute Tyaga. Tyaga is power. It is actually the fire, pure fire, detoxifies your consciousness. When I renounce all my expectations about you, you flower into me. When you renounce all your expectations about me, you manifest in oneness with me. Paramadvaita happens when you renounce all expectations. So I declare now, as a living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I renounce all my expectations about all of you. All of you decide to renounce all the expectations you have about everything, including the expectations you have about this initiation. Just sit with a pure Tyaga. Be Tyaga Raja. Be pure Tyagi. Tyaga is the royal way, connects you, manifest Paramadvaita with Paramashiva. It's an immediate way of manifesting the superconscious mutation. People ask, oh, through initiation, just like that, I can do what I want. You can. Just drop all the expectations you have about you, from you, by you, and all expectations you have with Paramashiva, with universe. Drop everything. And sit now with the Tyaga as a Tyagi. Keep the Atma Linga between both your palms. You will see now, not only Linga stands erect, it starts floating between your both palms in the space. It will be levitating now. Ananda Bharati is messaging exactly same verse I heard in the evening puja time, Swamiji. Listen. Whoever does Nitya Puja will receive exactly my next day satsang message on that day Nitya Puja. Next session, next satsang what I am going to speak, you will hear in the Nitya Puja. Because what I receive from Paramashiva when I am in Samadhi, you receive it during your Nitya Puja directly. Let's start. Om, 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 Om. Shiva, Shiva, Shiva.
பூவாகி பூடாய் புழுவாய் மரமாகி பல்விருகமாகி பறவையாய் பாம்பாகி கல்லா மனிதராய் பேயாய் கணங்களாய் வல்லசுரராகி முனிவராய் தேவராய் செல்லா நிலையில் தாவர சங்கமத்துள் எல்லா பிறப்பும் பிறந்திழைத்தேன் என் பெருமான்.
ஓம் 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 சிவ சிவ சிவ.
சரீரத்தில் வாதில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட்கொண்டவா. கையாளும் ஈசா கருபுரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் வாதில் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு உண்மையாட்கொண்டவா. தெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை சித்தயமாக்கவா. ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடலிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா. தெளிவித்தவா வாழ்வுதனை சித்தயமாக்கவா. ஔஷதம் தந்தவா உடலிலை விடும் பொறுமை தந்தருளவா. ஊருயிர் உறைந்திடும் ஏறுயிருமீயவா. நாளும் ஈசா அருள்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் வாடின் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட்கொண்டவா. மாற்றமாம் வையகத்தின் தேரே வந்தறிவாம். தேற்றனே தேற்றத் தெளிவே என் சிந்தனையுள் ஊற்றான உன்னாரமுதே உதயானே. கலியுகம் மரலில் இருளது நீங்க தீபமாய் எழுந்த ஜோதி ஸ்வரூபா. ஆணவம் அழித்து முக்தி தந்திட மலையாகி நின்ற அருணாச்சலம். மானிட ரூபம் தரித்தவா படைத்து காத்து மறை கழித்து அருளிடவே பரம ஞானம் தன்னை இறை ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யானந்தனை அருளிடவா. வேண்டும் என்று பாக்கடல் கடைந்த போது அது வரும் நஞ்சை பக்தரை காத்துகின்றார். சிவ 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 ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் ஹர ஹர என சிதம் படைக்கும். ஓம் சிவ சிவாய ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் தகதிமியன காலம் முழங்கும். நாளும் ஈசா அருள்புரிய திவ்ய சரீரத்தில் வாடின் போற்ற வேண்டும் அதனால் திசை கொடு எம்மையாட்கொண்டவா. காட்டில் ஆடிட கண்டு காலரை கால கடந்தாரை கண்டு புள்ளி முளைமானின் தோளாரை கண்டு புலியுரி ஆடை புனிதனை கண்டு வெள்ளி பிறை சடையில் சூட்டிட கண்டு புள்ளி மலை மீது நின்றாரை கண்டு நந்தி பெருமானின் நாயகன் கண்டு நான் மறை வேதநாதன் கண்டு கண்டது கண்டவா காண கண்டந்தவா காண்கின்ற காட்சியெல்லாம் கைலாயம் தந்தவா. ஓம் சிவ 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 ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் ஹர ஹர என அண்டம் படைக்கும். ஓம் சிவ சிவாய ஓம் நம சிவாய ஓம் தகதிமி என தாளம் முழங்கும்.
தக்க 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 நடராஜா. தகதிமி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா. தலாங்கு தக்க திமி நடராஜா. தோம் தோம் தக்க திமி நடராஜா. தக்க 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 நடராஜா. தக்க திமி தக்க ஜுனு நடராஜா. தலாங்கு தக்க திமி நடராஜா. நம சிவாய. தோம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட தக்க திமிகா. தோம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட தக்க திமிகா. takita takadimi dum, takita dum, takita takadimi ta.
ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு என்று இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி காலமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே இன்மைக்கும் ஈரேழு பிறவிக்கும் துயர் நீக்க பிறந்தோடி வருகின்ற யமயாலும் நடராஜா பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க அண்டாண்டம் பிண்டாண்டம் அதிலாடிய கூத்தணி நாடலை பார்த்திடவே ஆண்டாண்டு காலமொடு மானிட கூட்டமும் ஏங்கியதே ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா திரணனா திரணனா திரணா திரணா சரி 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 மபனி சனி பம பமரி சனி சரி 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 மபனி சனி பம பமரி சனி திரணா 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 tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi tajom takida takadimi சிதம்பர திரு சபையில் நயமுடன் ஆடிடும் நர்த்தனனே உமையாம்பிகை நாயகனே உன்னை பாடிட வந்தேனே நால்வர் புகழ் பாடும் ஆடிய பாதத்தை நான் தொழ வேண்டும் அடியார்க்கும் அடியோனே அண்ட சராசரனே உடுக்கை ஒளிதனிலே இருமொழியை தந்திட்ட தாண்டவனே முதல் மொழி தமிழ் மொழியாய் மறுபுறம் வடமொழி உயிர் மொழியாய் மதி மாறாமல் மனம் போகாமல் விதி சேராமல் உன்னை பற்றிடுவேன் 64 கலை கட்டிடவே அருள் புரிந்திட எம் அம்பல தரசே அச்சை அல்ல நீ அச்சம் நீக்கவே அண்டம் வந்த என் அம்பலவாணனே நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நம சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க ஆடுகின்றான் அவன் கூத்தனாக திருப்பாதம் தூக்கி மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு தினம் ஆடுகின்றான் ஒரு பாதம் தூக்கி அவன் கூத்தனாக மறையோதுகின்றான் பிறைசூடி அந்தணரின் பாடலுக்கு இயலிசை நாடகமாய் முத்தமிழ் இயற்றிய நாயகனே தகதிமி தாளமொடு இல்லையில் ஆடிடும் தாண்டவனே பயமாகி மயமாகி வலியாகி ஒலியாகி சித்தத்துள் முக்தி தர நித்யனாய் வந்தவா நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ் வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ் வாழ்க நமச்சிவாய வாழ்க வாழ்க
ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம். கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும். ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம்.
கைலை இறையென உரைபவன் அருணையில் குருவென மலர்ந்தது புகழ் பாடி அருள் பெறவே திருப்பதம் தனில் அடியவர் சாத்தி மகிழ்வுறும் பாமாலை. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அகமே நிறைந்த எம் அண்ணாமலை வேந்தனே, ஜெகம் போற்றும் எம் ஆனந்த நித்யனே, சாற்றும் இப்பாமாலை ஏற்றமை காப்பாயே. நித்ய Nityananda Guru, Nityananda Guru, Nityananda Sadguruve. Nityananda Guru, Nityananda Guru, Nityananda Sadguruve. Arunachala Nitya, Arunachala Nitya, Arunachala Guru Nityananda. Arunachala Nitya, Arunachala Nitya, Arunachala Guru Nityananda. அருணாச்சலம் தந்த வரமே அகத்தினில் அமர்ந்தே அருள் தரும் நித்யானந்தா. குருவாய் மலர்ந்திங்கு உணர்வாய் கலந்தெமக்குயர்வாழ் வழித்திடும் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய, அருணாச்சல நித்ய, அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய, அருணாச்சல நித்ய, அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. புவி மேல் பிறந்தது எதனால் என்பதும் அறியா பதர்யாம் நித்யானந்த கணம் தனில் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய, அருணாச்சல நித்ய, அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய,
as a living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I initiate all of you into this manifestation of powers of superconscious mutation and the process of superconscious mutation from now. Listen carefully. Whole day try this very playfully. Keep the coconut in your palm and try to make the coconut stand. Once the coconut stands, it is now energized with consciousness. Cook and eat. Process that coconut, make it like a chutney or anything and eat. Same way, lemon. Keep the lemon in your palm and use the initiation to move the lemon. Once the lemon starts moving, it is energized with consciousness. You can make a juice and drink. Do this. It will detox your body and mind and prepare yourself to receive the superconscious initiation. I'll continue the initiations and further processes. Further initiations, we will start having 2 initiations, morning and evening now, as the Paramashivoham level 3 initiation series. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddha-Advaita Saivam Paramadvaitam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions.
Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagama stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Atma Pramana, authentic, time-tested compilation of the experience of the sages, the rishis, and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Atma Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the initiation, guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage, which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratiksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. All the Pramanas give us the shift from what we understand to the deeper cognition. The cognition shift happens, like Bhagavan said, the deeper and deeper cognition shift needs to happen for the completion to manifest into reality. Each of these powerful cognition takes us into the deeper truth of our manifestation. For the power of materialization, the scriptural reference is from Spanda Karika, Vibhuti Spanda, Section 3, Sutra 3.4, 3.5.
3.4 and 3.5. Yatha hi arto sputo drishta savadhane pichetasi bhuyah sputataro bhati swabaloddyoga bhavitaha तथा यत्परमार्थेन येन यत्र यथा स्थितं तत्तथा बलमाक्रम्य न चिरात् सम्प्रवर्तते.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva in this sutra 3.4 and 3.5, Vibhuti Spanda, he gives indeed just as an object which is in spite of all the attentiveness of the mind is perceived and seen indistinctly at first and then appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when absorbed with the strength of one's visual power. Bhagavan Paramashiva again and again makes us understand that superconscious mutation that can be as our reality. More and more we are struggling with our mind, and Bhagavan beautifully says how we can go beyond that mind and the superconscious mutation can happen in each of us. Like Bhagavan says, everyone in the whole world is only trying to get back to the normal state. Because if you put a object in imbalance, that will try to go back to its normal state. Same way, each of us are trying to get back to our unclutched space. The space of oneness with Paramashiva is the very core how we exist. But constantly, Bhagavan says, we are trying to get that happen through the outer world is where the mistake is. More and more we are unclutched in the deep samadhi space of oneness. We will start experiencing the stable, very core space. That is why in the night we just want to become that space and we just sleep off. And we know that everything is leading to only that, the fulfillment, the satisfaction of every action that we do. And more, if we can stay in that state and do the actions, it'll be more phenomenal. That is what it says. How you can experience the deeper reality again and again as oneness with Paramashiva, establish in Paramashiva, experience Paramashiva, you will start being unclutched from everything that is going on in the outer world. And that is the very core, and we are searching in the wrong place for the whole thing. When we come back to establish ourselves in the right space, that I am Paramashiva, I am Parandama, and constantly the space of oneness with Paramashiva will liberate us. And Bhagavan says, more and more you start experiencing the deeper reality where you start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Here, beautifully, Madhavacharya is one of the great saints. This is from his very works of Madhavacharya. Beautifully, it says how, as a child, he wanted his father to come and eat with him. And there was a money lender who did not allow his father to come. So he goes and gives few tamarind seed and asks the money lender if this was enough to give back all the things that the father owes. And he said, how can that be? And he opened his hand and he saw that tamarind seed becoming gold. And he said, he bowed down to Madhavacharya and left the place. The signs again and again, Bhagavan gives us that all this is not some mythology or some magic. It is a science because more and more we become more intelligent. We know how these are created and how it happens. And by unclutching and establishing ourselves in Paramashiva and not in all that which is happening in the outer world, we are constantly restoring ourselves to the space of reflecting the consciousness in our physical reality. That is why Bhagavan says, keep the coconut or the lemon, and when it rolls away, you can make chutney out of that and eat it. And then you will be ready for more manifestation of powers. Simple things that Bhagavan is initiating us into the deeper truth again and again for us to experience the oneness. Here Bhagavan says how simply the plant grew to heal him, and even in the middle of the rocks it grew to heal him completely.
They are all not grown from life. My guru used to tell, please walk without chappal or covering your feet. Whatever grows in that land, eat, because Mother Earth records when you walk without shoes what all the ingredients are missing in your body. She records what you need for your body, nutrients or vitamins, whatever. Whatever is missing in your body, she produces in that food which grows in that land. And eat that and live. It is too mind-boggling concept. I tell you, only after I started doing it, I realized you don't need any external medicine if you know to live with the nature. Mother Earth, Bhumata, walk on the earth without shoes. In that land, what grows will supply exactly what you need for your body. Looks too difficult to believe, but after I started doing that, I realized it. Your body does not need any other medicine, anything else. Actually, maybe 2 years before, due to these continuous classes, day and night, and in the night time, the web-based programs for the outside India, all these, my whole eating habits have gone chaos, and no question of rest. It became like a too much on the system. So I had some stomach issues. I remembered my guru telling this, walk on the earth and what grows eat. So I started walking without chappal for a few days. Suddenly I saw in my courtyard a new plant coming up, no seed, nothing, just coming up. I was wondering what is going on. How come suddenly, between the rocks, new plant coming up. And one of the devotee Ayurvedic doctor, he said, Swamiji, if you can get this plant and add it in your food, your stomach will be completely healed. I said, where to get? When he walked into the courtyard, he said, this is the plant. This is the plant. And throughout the campus we searched, we did not find another one. Nobody knows from where the seed has come, from where the plant has come. Understand, it is not that just for me miraculously nature is doing. It is the nature's life. I was ready to play with it, so she showed the miracles to me.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained the whole science of how the miracle happened. Here, the devotee in Shakshi Pramana explains how she experienced oneness with Paramashiva that manifested, materialized the object for her.
Been to, and I'll film more videos about it, but this one is specifically about my experience of materialization, how Swamiji blessed me with materialization of a sugar crystal in my hand. And many of you have probably seen the picture that I posted on Facebook and are very eager to know how it happened. And the best part about this whole story is that I didn't do anything. I didn't even have the thought of materialization in my hand, like, oh, let me materialize, please, Swamiji. Nothing like that. Actually, Swamiji had just initiated us into the power of 360 vision. So we were holding a phone behind our partner's head with an image and chanting the Mahavakya. Oops. And the partner had to really see that picture being shown behind his head and write down the words or images. And so I was there. I was a bit in pain, like my back was a bit in pain, so I was leaning a bit on the left side. My left hand was on my left thigh. I was chanting the Mahavakya, but actually now that I think back, there was one thing, it's not something I was doing, but I was in a particular state. Earlier that day, we went on the stage in front of Swamiji to receive blessings, and when I went there, I had such such a playfulness, such a joy to be in front of him. And I had this facial expression, and I just smiled at the screen. And when he looked at me, he smiled back and he blessed like this. And my space was so joyful, and I was holding the phone, being in that space of feeling so cared for and so protected. And the round lasted for about 3 minutes. And when the round was over, kind of came back, and I started feeling something. It was in my hand, actually, on this finger right here. And I'll do my best to show it to you. And it was very big too, so beautiful. Okay, you can see it.
So beautiful when she was in oneness with Paramashiva. Beautifully, the whole thing materialized in her hand, that she's not doing anything out of her will, but it's just manifested as reality. Here for Pratiksha Pramana, it has done, many scans have been done, and here a recording of that. CT scan, whole body baseline, CT scan of the subject baseline, whole body scan proved the absence of any hidden object. First they did the baseline and made sure there is no hidden object, and after that, after the initiation, the energy transfer from His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam to the person that happened. After that, suddenly there was an appearance of a radio opaque foreign body. They were able to see something happening in the throat, and simply that was the presence of materialized object they were able to find. And this is from Avatar Shastra, chapter 10, Signs of Miracle, page 214. All the signs again and again tells us that the possibility of a human being, the higher intelligent way of existing, and constantly deluded into all our impossibilities, problems, and sufferings, is only our own idea and myth, and we are deciding to suffer because we are deciding to be in the thoughtful space. More and more, the thoughtless space that we can experience by deep oneness with Paramashiva, by unclutching complete completion, we can experience all these greater signs which reflects in our life as healing, as more and more abundance, auspiciousness, bliss, and the life happening the way we want it to happen as our reality. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says that once you are unclutched, when you sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, bring Paramashiva to your third eye, and when you are in unclutched space, you are literally reflecting the consciousness in your space. The prana pradishta happens in yourself, and that is how the manifestation happens. More and more you are in the unclutched space, the complete completion space, you will start recognizing the higher and higher dimensions. You understand that you are Paramashiva who's manifesting through each of your experiences, senses, and more when you unclutch and chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening, you are in the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Now for few minutes, let's chant the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening, constantly in the deep gratitude space, love, bliss space, and more when we establish in that and sit with that beautiful space of oneness, that I am Paramashiva, with 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands, in reality, experience that in reality, be in that bhava, melting in your heart, and chant the Mahavakya with a deep listening. If you have anything, just wipe everything and then take a picture, and at the end, we can take another picture. Just start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening for a few minutes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly open your eyes and check in your hands or any other place that whatever you have experienced, the vibhuti, the kumkum, or the coconut rolling, or the lemon rolling, anything, just take a picture of that and share it in the tinyurl.com/manifestation or any other social media that you are in. And make sure you have the hashtag Paramashivoham, Shakshi Pramana, hashtag Manifestation, hashtag KAILASA, and hashtag Nithyananda. Again and again, Bhagavan gives us all these great gifts to make us understand that all that Paramashiva is more real than anything that we are experiencing in the outer world. So go ahead and share with more and more people. You will simply see your manifestation really happening more and more in depth. Bhagavan says extreme manifestation is extreme causing, and extreme causing is extreme power manifestation. So with that, let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for all the gifts from Mahakailasha for each one of us every single day. And thank you for being here, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Again and again, Guru Vak is life, doing the Charya, Pada, Yoga, Puja, and Satsang, initiation and power manifestation is the ultimate gift that Bhagavan has given to the world. And thank you for being here to manifest that. And with that, let's end with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Hold the space. Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva throughout the day. Hold that and let's chant the Purna Mantra to end the session. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be at 6 p.m. IST. You can join in through eCitizen. Thank you. Nithyananda.